I don't know. I haven't heard from him, so I
Okay,
assume
well,
he
maybe they'll
has.
come dashing in
What
at the
about
last
Mr.
minute.
Mahoney? We can't have a party without him.
Thank you. Well, I think the party's gonna get started without Mr.
Same thing
Mahoney.
every year is the best. And
I hate this when your leg gets all weird. Oh, that's because the lead's almost
Get
out.
that out.
I'm trying to get the lead
I got
out.
your coffee.
Actually, the graphite, get the graphite out.
Whatever.
Everybody's mic on?
No.
We'll be at,
Testing.
what was it,
Hear me
testing?
this time?
First, you have to type in the tip.
Are we
Hello.
Then I'm on now.
Ready to go.
Hello.
Yeah.
Are we expecting
It's
any
7:01.
any more
Okay, then it's
commissioners?
on. I have to stop talking
Um,
now about people.
Yeah, I think we are expecting some
Let's
more.
talk about Laura.
Laura, the person married to the
Are we-
police officer, you sure you want to know that?
Oh dear.
Well, there's not a police officer here, right?
Don't
I
associate
can,
with him.
there's a button right here, I can make it happen.
I'm just kidding.
What,
You
you want to make a call for him?
I do want to know requests for pizza. We heard pepperoni for tomorrow's work session.
Ew.
I knew it. We knew it. So pepperoni, meat only. Any other dietary restrictions? So
No.
salad as well.
No onions
No onions
on anything.
on anything.
Love
Okay.
them.
You do not want to see me have to pick them out.
That's
Okay.
my biggest concern about this surgery, is they're keeping me in the hospital for a few days, and I'm
And they're going to make you eat onions?
make me eat. They know I'm diabetic, so they make me eat all the other crappy food. So I'm having my friends bring me in food.
We're set to go?
Here is low.
Okay. The Planning Commission meeting for May 9th, 2016 is called to order. Are there any public comments on anything not on the agenda tonight? Not all at once, please. Okay, seeing none, we will move to the first item on our agenda. Oh, that would be the only item
Yes.
on our agenda.
Right.
So let's
That
go
is-
straight to our last item on the
You
agenda.
want to go to the last one too?
Close.
So this is PC 16-053, NR-16-01. We have a,
And I think we need to read our quasi-judicial
do I need to read the?
preamble.
You or me?
I read it really well last time.
Did
She
you?
did.
Well done.
She put
Did-
emphasis where it needed
Did
to
you
be.
Yes.
record it so that we could just play it back?
Well, that was up to Pete.
Okay. Well, we will,
We acted it out dramatically here in the commission, so it was really, very interesting, more than normal.
Yeah, it was a full-on 17th century cosplay.
she did the
Exactly.
YMCA.
No, there's no YMCA in the thing. But when we got to the word specificity, everyone stood up and did the wave.
Nice. Okay. So, without further ado, we will read the script. This public hearing on a land use application, which I've read the number for tonight, the staff has prepared a report for this application and published that for the public 7 days before the public hearing. The staff report identifies the approval criteria that apply to this applicant's proposal. Staff has analyzed the criteria which are contained in the staff report. The quasi-judicial hearing procedure that the commission will follow is set forth in state law and the Oregon City Municipal Code. The hearing procedure steps are shown on the chart on the wall. Anyone wishing to speak should fill out a speaker's card and give it to the planning staff before the hearing. Speakers will proceed in the order that their card is received. You should fill out your address on the card so the city will notify you of its final decision. For the public record, please begin all testimony stating your name. Testimony and evidence should be directed toward the applicable approval criteria. If you believe other criteria apply in addition to those addressed in the staff report, identify and discuss those criteria and explain how and why you believe they apply to the application under consideration. A person may submit any written material while the public record is open on each application. Any written materials received by the city staff during the time period in which the record is open will be placed in the record. Written materials submitted during the public hearing must be presented to the city staff in order to become part of the record. If a person intends for PowerPoint presentations, oversized poster boards, reports, pictures, or other exhibits used in their oral testimony to be placed in the record, copies must be submitted to the city staff while the record is open. If not given to the staff, they will not be included in the record. Any person wishing a continuance to present additional evidence and testimony, or to keep the record open to respond to new evidence, must make that request before the public testimony portion of the hearing is closed. If the Planning Commission makes a decision with which you disagree, any issue that you may wish to appeal must have been raised for the consideration of the City Commission or LUBA, or both. Without raising the issue on the record with sufficient specificity and accompanied by statements or evidence that the city and all parties can respond, the issue will not be deemed appealable to the State Land Use Board of Appeals. In addition, the failure of an applicant to raise constitutional or other issues relating to proposed conditions of approval with sufficient specificity to allow the local government or its designee to respond to the issue precludes any action for damages in circuit court. We will now open the record for this case file. Do any of the commissioners have any ex parte contacts, conflicts of interest, bias, or any other statements to declare? And has any commissioner visited the site? And if you visited the site, please declare when you did that.
On my way here tonight, since it's right in my neck of the woods, I drove by it, had to go around some side roads, and there was a no trespassing sign, so I didn't get to see the actual property, but I drove to the location where the little blue sign was.
I want to declare that I had 2 ex parte contacts yesterday. I knocked on the door of the adjacent property to see if I could be on their property to look over the fence to see the site. And then today I called the applicant and asked him if he would be so kind as to bring a plan for the house he's proposing to put on the parcel. And I did visit the site, saw it from both sides, walked in from the open side and looked at the water feature, looked at the torn down or sort of dilapidated big pile of rubble that was sitting there.
I saw that.
And I want to note for the record that unfortunately the notice of land use action sign was not visible because it was obscured by tall weeds. And if I hadn't been looking for it, I would have totally missed it. So I don't know how many people other than those that got the notice would have seen it.
David?
None.
No? Zach?
No ex parte contacts, and I visited the site from the public road today.
I have no contacts, and I have not visited the site. So does anyone in the audience have any questions for the commissioners regarding their declarations? Seeing none, we will proceed.
Thank you. I'm Pete Walter, staff planner, and the application file number is NR 1601. Just want to clarify that the address on this lot is 16348, so it's not what you see up here. This is an error on the presentation, but it is 16348 in the staff report. This is a Type 3 Natural Resources Overlay District Review. This parcel is a platted lot of record within an old plat of Oregon City. It's part of the Clackamas Heights subdivision, which was platted in 1889, and the lots are more or less 5,000 square feet in size. It's located in the Park Place neighborhood, which was annexed to the City of Oregon City in 1989, and the area within which this lot is located is an area of single-family residential homes. Most of those were constructed under the county ordinances, and then The lots in question, as I mentioned, were created prior to the adoption of the Natural Resources Overlay District requirements in Oregon City Municipal Code 1749. This is an aerial photograph of the site. The lot in question, let's see, oh, wait, flat, okay, is right here. You can see that it is located between Front Avenue and Hiram Avenue, just north of Gaines Street. There's a street stub of Frederick Street here, and to the north of Frederick Street is unimproved. So there's basically backyards that open onto this open space area, and if you go back there you can see it's pretty overgrown and there are fences and that sort of thing. This lot of record is located right here. There is a ditch or conveying water which forms the water resource feature. It is mapped within the Natural Resources Overlay District as a wetland, and that wetland is delineated as a state wetland as well. So what this means in terms of development review is if there is an existing lot of record which is entirely within the overlay district boundary, there's a allowance for development in that overlay district, and a maximum disturbance area allowance is allowed for the primary underlying zone district, which is single-family residential use. Just go briefly into what this water resource is. It drains westward into Abernathy Creek. So the drainage here is from the east side of this screen to the right to the left, downhill. The applicant's consultant refers to it as Ferguson Creek. We don't really know what the name of this is. It's a freshwater perennial stream, and it is classified as a riverine upper perennial stream reach. According to our municipal code, this type of resource requires a 50-foot vegetated corridor. And our last inventory that was done that listed this was the Oregon City Local Wetland Inventory and Riparian Assessment, which was done in 1999. The wetland is not listed as locally significant in Table 5 of the city's inventory. So there's certain criteria that classify it as that. And they have to do with visibility, its function as a natural resource, and those sorts of things. I'll talk more about it as I go through this report. The project consists of a single-family residence with a driveway, which the house would occupy approximately 1,032 square feet, and the driveway, sidewalk, and rear patio, and a utility trench would take up about 468 square feet. So the total impervious surface allowed in that vegetative corridor is 1,500 square feet. And in that situation, the minimum setback required on that type of lot is 25 feet. In this situation, the applicant's house cannot fit on the lot unless they ask for a reduction of that 25 foot down to 17 feet is what's being proposed. And subsequently, this triggered a Type 3 review because it's not meeting all of the criteria in the code. So this is a sketch plan of what's proposed. This is the building footprint located on the lot. Top of the screen is north. You can see that the driveway would be coming in from the unimproved Frederick Street right-of-way, and then the utility trench would be going from the front of the house to the adjacent lot. They're proposing a 5-foot setback on the south side of the property, and then 17-foot setback from the top of the bank, which is what is triggering the Type 3 review. and then that will be approximately 25, 26-foot setback from the actual lot line.
Before you move from that one, can I just ask, what is that utility trench down there? That's not the creek, that's something different?
Right, so the creek here is one that's
That's
on the
creek,
top of
but
the
this-
screen.
I see the trench down here.
Yeah. Here's the creek on the top,
Uh-huh.
and this is the utility trench.
A
down
trench, okay. And it's existing already?
No, I think that's proposed.
'Cause again,
to
I couldn't
serve
get in
the
there to see
house.
that.
Yeah.
But the trench isn't impervious. It'll be disturbed, but it won't
It
be
won't be,
impervious. It'll
it
just
won't be
grassed
permanent.
over
Right,
afterwards.
grassed over, right, it's receded.
Well, hopefully not grass.
So the applicant's environmental expert has delineated this creek. This plan, which is in your
Grass
packet,
requires
shows the
fertilizer, which doesn't
delineation.
need to be running in there.
Criteria for the adjustment are in section 200 of chapter 1749. In order to qualify for an adjustment, they need to show that there's no feasible alternative for the proposed use or activity to be located within the NROD area and designed in a way that meets all of the criteria. The proposal must have fewer adverse impacts on significant resources. The proposal must propose the minimum intrusion into the NROD area that meets the development objectives. It cannot impede fish and wildlife passage, and all other applicable natural resources overlay district standards must be met, including adequate mitigation to offset the impact. And the city's environmental consultant who checks NROD criteria for us, David Evans and Associates, confirmed that the applicant has met all of those criteria as they've described in the staff report. With respect to mitigation, the applicant's mitigation plan report has to include all of the following details: proposed impacts and mitigation, an assessment of the vegetated corridor condition and function, a planting plan including irrigation, maintenance, monitoring, performance standards, contingency plan and financial guarantee, and a covenant or conservation easement, and to coordinate with the federal or state agency if needed. And the applicant has addressed all of those in their application. Practically what's going to happen for mitigation is that they're removing the fence and the railroad ties south of the creek. They're not planning to have any detrimental impact to the resource on the area designated to be left undisturbed. There's two planting areas proposed. Planting area A, which is right next to the creek within the ordinary high water mark, and area B, which is the area south of the creek where the house will be. Total square footage of mitigation area proposed is 3,000, which will be mostly on site, with some occurring on the lot owned by the applicant to the east and some in the public right-of-way of Frederick. 15 trees and 50 shrubs will be planted, including a native seed mix of grasses proposed for ground cover, and there'll be no detrimental impact to migration, rearing, feeding, or spawning of fish caused by the proposal. The mitigation plan includes a planting plan with various lists of species in there and a spacing protocol for how far apart the plants or shrubs and trees should be planted. This has been reviewed by David Evans and Associates, who have made a few minor conditions, one which we'll discuss. Some photographs of the site. This is looking east. You can see there's quite a bit of overgrown invasive species right in the area, with blackberries and other invasives. Those will be removed.
Not permanently.
Looking to the west, and here you can see the existing concrete side of the ditch.
It's from Canada.
Oh, so that's the ditch, or the creek that we're talking about?
Yes, that's it.
So is that man-made, or is that natural?
That
I mean, the
is-
creek there.
The concrete
Obviously, the concrete is man-made, but is that,
It's,
was that put
I
there
think it's
on-
been channelized in a long time ago. I
Oh,
don't
okay.
know. I don't know when, and the ditch lined with concrete at some point as well. So, definitely been altered. Under the old code, the Water Resources Code, this type of application would probably be reviewed as an exemption. But when we adopted the new Natural Resources Overlay District, it had specific criteria for lots of record, which is why we're reviewing it as a maximum disturbance type situation now.
Also, Pete, before we move from that, just
Mm-hmm.
trying to get a good angle on this. Where the house sits now to the creek, what is that? Is that about 8 feet right there?
That
Oh,
house
that's
is
the
on the
house
other
on-
property.
I know, but is that
Adjacent
about
lot, but
because
I
I know
don't
in
know
that-
the answer to that. We could ask the applicant about
because
that.
I think that's what you were saying in that application there, it was going to be 8 feet from
No.
the creek?
17.
17 feet, cut down from
17 feet,
25, okay.
yeah.
So I was just wondering what that spacing was.
You have to recall that almost all the development came to the city of Oregon City when we annexed. We did not make
Right.
approvals of those sorts of things. So
I know
whatever
that.
the regulations under the county ordinances, which
the
were
time.
probably slim and none,
Yeah,
they allowed people to do a whole lot of things that they probably should not have done because the regulations were, it was much more rural,
right.
and so.
That's why I moved that area.
Yeah, well, not anymore. But, yeah, so you've got to take into consideration that the greenhouse that you see there is pre-existing.
So my question, part of the question is, that's on the other side of this, and the proposed development is on the left side of that,
You're
So-
basically standing in the proposed development for that
Yeah.
picture.
for that picture, so it's in this area right
Yeah, it's
here.
below you. in the picture.
Okay, all right. Just trying to get a perspective here since
Sure.
I couldn't see
That
it.
house
If I
is-
flip back to
here's the
that
lot,
one
Yeah.
map,
And that house is.
There you go.
Yeah,
so
there you
that
go.
that house in the photo that you're
right
seeing is this one,
Okay,
and then the ditch covers
Where the blue line is.
where the blue
Okay.
line
So you
is.
can see from the brown highlighting how close it is to the ditch or the creek, as opposed to where he wants to build, which is going to be close to where the numbers
There.
are in that.
okay.
Almost probably
That's what
twice
I was
that
trying to
distance.
determine. Okay, does that cement go all the way from one side, all the way across those two property lines?
I believe so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I saw. I didn't go, whoops, I didn't go over
Sorry to be
there.
asking the questions now, but I wanted, while you have the pictures up, I wanted to get
Sure.
a clear
That's
understanding.
fine.
Can you go back one?
Yeah.
It's hard to tell if there's concrete
This one's a
there.
little more overgrown. It's harder to see.
Kind of see the water
Yeah.
there, though.
Well, you see the water. It's just
Yeah.
hard to see if there's
But
concrete on
I
it.
think the concrete continues.
It's right where you've got the little hand going.
Yeah.
Because if you walked in there, you could see that, and there definitely was water in it when I looked at it yesterday.
By
so-
perennial, does that mean that creek is running all year round?
Yeah.
All year
Most-
round?
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So, okay. We have some recommended conditions of approval, and this one I wanted to discuss with you. In your staff report, it says prior to building permit issuance, but we normally would say prior to building occupancy when it has to do with mitigation, because they'll be constructing the home and then they will be doing any mitigation plantings once the home is constructed. So we typically tie plantings to occupancy rather than to issuance. And that way we can check the site and make sure the mitigation plantings are in place at that time rather than driving all over your plantings while you're trying to build the house. So this one really ought to read prior to building occupancy, and this condition is to replace Pacific willow, which is a fairly large growing tree, with additional red osier dogwood, which is a shrubby species, or approved similar shrub species for approval by the city's consultant. That was from David Evans and Associates.
Where is that willow? It looks like it's right in the middle of the right-of-way of the street.
Well, this is a proposed new planting that they're talking about. not
But
an
there's a
original.
willow
So
there
Can you
now,
show me where the planting, the back of the planting thing and?
where the willow is now.
There.
All right, so planting area A is this area.
Yeah.
Planting area B is in
Mhm.
here. Originally, they proposed it
Right.
within here.
That's
so,
the-
yeah.
And what I'm talking about is right there, that willow, right in the middle of the road.
In the right of way?
Yeah, right there. Why are we allowing any planting in the middle of a street?
Okay, we should talk about that.
Well, no, that's the one that's being replaced.
But they could stick a dogwood right there. It would still be replaced, and it would still be in the middle of the street.
I think we should look at a condition of approval for that and either require that it be in the right-of-way with Public Works approval or alternatively on the applicant's property or adjacent
Yeah, I
property.
mean, I have no
under-
problem with the two triangles that are on the side. That's
Yeah.
where a
the
street
border.
planting would be.
Yeah.
But that's a street planting.
Right, right.
It's really in the street.
Well, it is unapproved, so.
Well,
It doesn't matter. I mean, should it ever be approved, it would be destroyed
No,
and have
no,
to
I
be
mean the
mitigated.
street, there's no asphalt.
Well, I understand, but if
So-
they ever move the street through, then it's a planting that has to be mitigated.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Or if somebody just wants to drive through.
Yeah, I think what Public Works is not really chimed in on the Frederick Street right-of-way improvements. They're not requiring any full street improvements on Frederick
Yeah, I
Street.
don't see it.
And, but I would say that we need to write a condition that's flexible enough that it makes sure that there's adequate mitigation proposed, but not necessarily in the right-of-way unless Public Works is okay with that. I'm not sure that they are going to be okay with it at this point.
Because then
Yeah.
they'd be responsible for mitigating that tree when they push it.
Right, yeah. So, if I could suggest a condition of approval, we can talk about that and come back to you.
Sure.
Yeah, yeah.
it refers to a patio, but I don't see that on a site plan.
Right here,
That's a patio?
porch patio. See, it extends, there's a covered part and an uncovered part.
It's not a big patio.
Oh,
It's a small patio.
Yeah,
It's a closet.
because I was thinking it was supposed to be in the rear of the...
like a rear deck.
Or
kind of thing.
something,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, it's in the front.
This is the patio we're referring to,
Right.
right?
Okay, because it says porch. I didn't assume it was a patio.
Okay. Well, we can ask the applicant when they come up. Second condition of approval is to record the restrictive covenant or conservation easement. This is a form that you have in your packet. It's been approved by the city attorney. This one is typically a restrictive covenant is more appropriate for a small lot situation like this. It runs with the land, and it gives the city the authority to require mitigation and work in the event of default by a property owner. And so it is a continuing obligation of the property owner in perpetuity to maintain this area. And the planting plan becomes an exhibit to the restrictive covenant.
In case of them selling the property, like in our HOA, does this go on to the
Yeah,
new
it's
owner of
part
that
of your
property?
deed. Yeah.
They have to agree to this in advance.
Yeah, and they've already addressed this in their report.
Okay.
Is there something in this document that allows reasonable access by the official person that needs to come and inspect it?
Good question.
I mean, I'm assuming they would call, but there needs to be something in here that says that there's an inspection period and there has to be reasonable access so that they can go look at it.
So we should talk about the monitoring period. Basically, the monitoring period is a 5-year monitoring and maintenance period. It is up to the applicant to provide this on an annual basis, and to show at the end of that maintenance monitoring period successful establishment 80% of the plantings that were initially planted in the first year.
Why 80?
80%.
Why?
Yeah. That's what's in the code.
Why not 100%?
Because there's an expectation.
Because
that
the
within
plants
5
will
years,
grow and
plants will
mature,
die.
and so the individual plants will be fairly large at the end of 5 years. And so if you've planted at 80% and they're all growing well at that point, that's plenty adequate for mitigation.
So after 5 years, it doesn't matter what happens to the property? or
Well, at
whatever?
that point, the covenant is, already in effect, and they basically are responsible for maintaining that. There's no further monitoring after that.
So anything can happen to it. I'm thinking like in our HOA, it's 20 years.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is what's in the code for, the old water
Okay.
resource was 3 years, I believe,
Okay.
but this is 5 years, yeah.
There's also a fee that's paid as well for the
Yeah.
5-year period. So we have a avenue to install landscaping should all of the landscaping die.
Yeah. The
So-
financial
Who's responsible?
guarantee.
Now, the applicant's responsible for
Okay.
providing a financial guarantee to the city.
Your mic's
Sorry.
not on.
The applicant is responsible for providing a financial guarantee to the city. At the beginning of the project, the city holds that money for 5 years. We get yearly assessments for the plantings. And then at the end of 5 years, we'll do the review to make sure that at least 80% of the plants are still there and then give the money back if they are.
Well, the money
And
goes
if they're
back.
not, then we can use the money to plant the plants.
Well, I think that there needs to be a site inspection, because it's not that I don't
Right.
trust who's gonna live in the house, but you know, what happens in year 7 and they decide, I don't like all this stuff, and they just go in and,
Mow it.
And we do have an avenue of code enforcement, just like we would treat with everybody else. If there's any issues that come to our attention, we could go through that avenue as well.
So as far as review on this, David Evans and Associates reviewed it. The Natural Resources Committee reviewed it and unanimously approved it as an advisory body. And also we have a public comment in support by an adjacent neighbor, the Littles, which is in your packet and it's part of the record. So those are the 3 recommended conditions of approval from staff. As I mentioned, we do need to deal with this situation of the right-of-way. And I think it probably should state that the applicant shall receive Public Works approval for any mitigation in the right-of-way or otherwise mitigate on the adjacent property, which is what they've already proposed to do on Lot 9, which is the lot to the east, which they control.
So it's saying that a third of the property, and that's the other third? I mean, that's 2/3 of the third?
this is the lot.
Yeah. So,
And
So,
it's
just
within
to
the
be
entire boundary.
Clear,
Yeah.
The whole
the
property's in the
issue about
zone.
the Pacific Willows was for all 5 of them to be replaced by a dogwood?
They're recommending some suitable shrub alternative to a large tree, so to Pacific, all 5 of them be
Yeah, that's what I got.
replaced. Yeah.
And just out of curiosity, why is that?
Because it grows to
Giant.
60 feet tall, apparently.
And
Yeah.
did Pacific
And there's
Willows?
insufficient planting space within,
Yeah,
along the
they're too
creek
close
there for
together.
those to thrive in that environment. Yeah. That was what they recommended, but they're the expert.
Planting plan
Yeah.
A.
It's worrisome if they're the expert in recommending Pacific Willows.
They're recommending that they be replaced by something
Our
else.
consultant is recommending to be
Yeah.
replaced.
Yeah,
see.
to replace them with
Mhm.
something else.
Yeah, with a shrub on the
A short
native
tree.
native species list. Yeah.
So we're talking about the area that's slightly, I didn't print this in color, but anyway, the light gray hashed area with all the little circles are supposed to be some small bushes that go there, the 649 square feet.
Bulrushes.
Bulrushes,
Yeah.
okay.
Bulrush,
Are
yeah.
bulrushes traditionally planted in a
Stream.
soldier line there like that?
Well, I'm sure there's always going to be some variability.
Well-
I think what the code tries to achieve is some minimum plant spacing.
Spacing, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
if the creek's channelized, it's going to end up looking like that because that's where
That's how they'll
the
grow.
soil is.
Right.
Can I go back to the Frederick Street right-of-way improvements? So
No.
the Development Services Department is not requiring any public improvements along Frederick Street. So it's okay for them to plant there. There has been some communication between the Planning Division and Development Services. Should there need to be any improvements on Frederick Street in the future, then they plant the plants grow and help the habitat for the meantime, and if we need to remove them, then we would do the 2-to-1 mitigation on that area of disturbance within the right-of-way, so you would actually get more overall, and you would get landscaping.
But
in the meantime,
taxpayer has to pay for it because it would be Public Works making the disturbance, laying a new road.
Or not.
No, it
so
could be an LID or somebody else doing the road.
it could be, property owner
Owners,
improvements, like how
yeah.
they're doing the, excuse me, how they're doing the driveway now. If that any part of that driveway needs mitigation, they'll have to mitigate for that.
I just have a big issue with, there's either a street there
Or it isn't.
or there isn't. And if there's a street there, you don't plant trees in the middle of it.
Middle of the street.
Not on
And,
purpose.
and, well, they may grow there because it doesn't, but, and, and if there isn't, then vacate it and give them their property back. And so,
Well, let's suggest a condition where we move those two that are
Well,
right on the edge, just
the-
move them over so that they're not in the public right
the
of way.
two on the edge, I can see that those would
Yeah.
be like
Let's
in
just-
the planter strip.
let's
It's
just-
the one in the middle of
Let's
the road.
just make a condition that it not be there.
Yeah.
That should take care of it.
Yeah, the two on the edge are not an issue because they're going to be outside of the paved area
Yeah,
potentially
like I said, they're going to be in
anyway.
the planter strip
Right.
area.
But it's the one out in the middle of the road.
Yeah. I mean, that's the one that could grow to 60 feet and have the canopy and everything, but I just.
What's the right of way of Frederick Street?
With,
Width,
I mean, yeah, excuse me, the width.
I think, let's go take a look. It's probably 50 feet.
I know there's substandard streets in that neighborhood, so.
I saw a lot of gravel.
Most of those are 50 feet around there.
And you said something about some driveway being proposed in?
well, right here, right at the edge of
It'll
there.
be right at the edge.
So they'll just come right in.
Okay, right from where the end of the street is,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so the city doesn't anticipate building out Frederick Street as of now.
Right.
The city does require applicants for new homes to install public improvements. They're not requiring that those public improvements be installed in front of Frederick Street for this property. They're going to be installed somewhere else. So just to further
Yeah,
provide
I
surety.
definitely concur. I mean, doing a half-street improvement on a half-unimproved street would be just,
In the delineated area is not a good idea.
yeah. But I also see planting trees in the middle of the street. I mean, if for no other reason, it's unimproved, but it is a street, and if somebody were to want to drive down there to get to their backyard or whatever, having a tree in the way, it's
Well,
just,
there was a car in the middle part of Frederick right away when I drove over there, and I couldn't go through.
That was me.
But there's still
No,
habitat
that
there that we
wasn't
want to
you.
provide shade for. I mean, or
You
vegetated
don't own
corridor
that
as
type
well.
of a car.
No.
anyway, that's the only issue I have was that
Yeah.
one tree.
Yeah, I mean, if,
Everything else
if
makes
they were
sense.
proposing street improvements in that location, we'd be
sure.
reviewing it under
Yeah.
kind of a separate subsection of
I
the
completely
code.
concur with them not having
Yeah.
to do the street improvement. That
Yeah.
makes the building completely not cost-effective at that point.
Okay.
Could you go back to the one where you show the boundary, it's all in red? Yeah, or pink, excuse me. Yeah, just leave that one there. I don't have a question about it. I just wanted to be looking at it.
Okay.
I assume that where it goes underneath Hiram and Front, that it's in a culvert,
Yeah.
I think it's actually open then.
not
It's
in Hiram.
not in
Yeah.
Hiram. It goes under Hiram, but it comes
Yeah.
right back at
The way
the
our
other side.
GIS is, if it's culverted, it usually is a dashed
Well, I'll
green,
tell you, I
dash
tried-
green line.
I tried to pull up the end of
Was it
that on
trailer or was it-
the OC web maps, and it didn't show any
Kind of still looks like it.
stream or any Enrod or anything.
Multiple
When I
houses on one side.
clicked the
Is this the
thing
stream then,
for
this
OC
blue?
web
Yes,
maps.
that's
It
what I
was-
said.
Continue it down
Yes,
here.
yes.
Well,
Where does it
could be a,
Well, you'll just have to
this
go
is
south,
definitely
won't you?
the overlay
Thank you.
shows. And you can see the storm where the existing storm system connects to it. So you can see a dotted line here on the east side of Hiram, which indicates a roadside ditch. And then you have solid lines, which indicates solid storm pipes. and those kinds of things. And frequently, the open daylighted streams will connect to those culverted and closed systems.
So the stream does come right through, along the property, goes up straight, and then makes a left-hand turn there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very natural.
And very natural, yeah. And then it goes into a culvert or into...
probably with concrete, yeah. Mhm. Mhm.
So this sounds like it was almost planned back in the 1800s or whenever that they...
That was probably done in the 60s,
Yeah, it's hard to know.
Yeah, I guess.
and a lot of
So,
those
Pete,
lots
do you
aren't
have
built
anything
on
else
because
for us?
they-
Other than the discussion about the, the right-of-way of Frederick, that is our recommendation for approval with those conditions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does the commission have any more questions for staff at this time?
Not at this time.
Okay, well, let us then hear from the applicant.
Yeah, and just say your name and what city you live in. We know where you live.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah.
No, we don't.
So I'm Mark Shaw, the applicant. This is Tom with Turnstone Environmental. He did the environmental report for me. As far as, a couple of the things that were brought up, that planting in the right-of-way or on the private property, I have no preference for that unless there's an environmental impact. If planting it on the private property, if it's just moving a yellow triangle, I'm good with that.
It was suggested to us at that pre-app meeting.
Okay.
That's why we moved it into the right-of-way, because I forget, whoever the planner we met with suggested that we could potentially use the right-of-way.
Was that just to get additional square footage of
footage.
mitigation area, though, to use some of that
Yep.
unimproved? I have been talking with Wendy Marshall with Right Away, Public Works, and we don't have anything in writing approved yet, but they have agreed that with these lots of record, you take the public street improvements, and there's a percentage that you're required to do. They've agreed, we propose to move those public improvements to a stretch of Gain Street, which is just to the south of this property, and it's been gravel forever. We're gonna pave that instead of, there's about a 150-foot stretch of Gain right there that we're gonna pave instead of doing improvements in the end, which would just be additional disturbance.
Yeah, no, I completely
So-
agree with what you're doing.
And we have no problem at all, I don't, moving the planting to private property, unless the city feels different. I think Laura brought it up, but you guys mentioned enforcement after the 5-year period on this planting maintenance, and I think you brought up there would be code enforcement for that if it was, somebody came by and inspected and it hadn't been being maintained, so.
There are probably rules against cutting vegetation within the NROD anyway, right, within the riparian.
I would hope so, after all this trouble of planting it.
Violation.
The patio, I did notice this as we were looking at it. The square footages that I have shown on it's my proposed conditions plan. I
Me to
don't know.
Make copies of that and hand it out?
I think it's in the application.
That should be.
Oh, yeah, this is in the packet.
It is in the
Yeah.
packet. I don't know
All right.
what page it is in the packet. Anyway, I do not show a rear patio on this house plan because I thought we're 40 square feet short of our 1,500 square foot maximum disturbance on this lot without a patio there. So
Right.
the concrete driveway, the 340 square feet there includes that porch, the area in front of the porch. The porch is actually included in the house, 1,012 square feet, if you do the 23 feet by 44 feet.
Sure.
So by the time we get our utility trench in there, which is bringing in sewer, water, natural gas, that's going to be disturbance. My thought was to do a patio, with that trench not being impervious, I was wondering if there's a possibility of still doing a small patio back there, which would be impervious after that trench has been dug and backfilled, and it will just be in the planting area. I don't know if that still counts as additional disturbance to put a small patio there.
I think it does.
Okay, so we'll just,
Decide.
we'll go without a patio then.
Well, and what I would just briefly suggest is get your house built, get the plantings established, see whether or not that's something you still want to do.
Yeah.
You can always come back
Okay.
and for an add-on, and see what the situation is. You may decide, hey, the way the trees are and everything, no, we don't want to mess with this, so.
Perfect.
There's also permeable pavers.
Well, that's what I wondered but it doesn't sound like we're talking about an impervious surface issue. We're talking about a disturbance issue, right? So
Yeah.
But
I would just get this built, get your 4 or 5 years under your belt, see what's happening.
Yeah.
I mean, and then, because you may decide, like I said, between all the trees, it's always in the shade, it's terrible, we don't get to do anything, or,
Perfect.
hey, it's always in the sun, and, then
Right.
you'd have to build an awning, which is more money, and,
Right.
so.
right.
Can I make a suggestion? You could add a condition that the applicant must remain under 1,500 square feet and within the conditions of approval and the 17-foot, setback, or any further additions to what's proposed must remain under 1,500 square feet of disturbance. That's a possibility. And then staff could essentially review that as either a type 2 or a type 1 type thing.
Does that,
I see.
I know this is a dumb time to ask a question, but anyway, you're talking about the 1,500 square feet of disturbance, does that include the utility trench?
Currently, it does.
It does,
Okay, all
yeah.
right, just wanted to clarify. I thought you said
Yeah.
it did, but then I started
Yeah,
to write
it's
something and
on
didn't
that-
get it down.
On that page I showed, I have a disturbance summary on the side of that.
But the ditch will eventually be landscaped and not pervious.
It will. It won't be pervious, but it will be disturbance while we're digging it. Then we'll
But it's temporary, right?
undisturb it.
Disturb it.
Yeah,
That's the technique.
exactly. I don't know the technical terms. But
I got you.
You'll allow it to settle.
yeah. And then the reason for the 17 feet instead of the 25 by the time we're
Yeah, it's obvious from the diagram.
okay.
That's not a problem.
Good. That's really all I have, unless you have questions.
Any questions for the applicant?
Peter, I don't know, are they required to meet with a neighborhood association, Park Place, on this kind of a?
For natural resources, it's not one of the types of applications that requires that.
Well, I asked because I know they didn't meet with them, but I know
Right.
that the Park Place neighborhood at their last steering committee meeting met and discussed this, and I had to
Yeah.
leave the room when they were talking about it, but at that time, they said they had no problems with it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, maybe a code anomaly, or the Natural Resources Overlay District was adopted in 2008, amended in 2010, and the neighborhood association meeting requirement preceded that. So, but
Wouldn't
it's
that,
recommended, but it's
Yeah.
not required.
seems to me that's, if there's a notice of land use action going out, then seems to me it should have gone to the neighborhood association
They
regardless.
did discuss it, but they weren't present at that.
Right.
We do send them notice of all of our applications
They get notice.
for public comment, and then they also get the planning commission agenda, so they got 2 notifications for this one.
Yeah, and then the NRC is the advisory body for all natural resources applications, so we sent it up to them and discussed it at their last meeting.
I guess the last thing, when we did post that sign, we weren't trying to hide it in the weeds. They just grew up around. It was clear when we posted it.
Yeah.
Yeah, since very few people drive down there, I was
Yeah.
looking for it on the Gain Street side
Oh.
to see where it was as I kept driving up and down, kept thinking, okay, there should be a blue sign here somewhere. Where is it?
Yeah. The fact that yours was still standing and hadn't fallen over and wadded up in a corner, which is what happens to most of them,
Yeah.
is a good statement. So.
Yeah.
Well, I do have some questions if nobody else is ready to ask any questions.
Go for it.
So I've got a couple of questions. So part of the criteria talks about the minimum amount of disturbance, and that's why I wanted Pete to put the one with the pink overlay on there. So was there any other type of house plan that you considered that would have put a smaller footprint on this property? Because this seems like I don't know what it looks like, and that's why I called you and asked, because it seems like it's a fairly long, large house that's like a single-family, one-story, the typical house that you see kind of everywhere. And I just wondered if there was a way that you had looked at this lot to see how you could minimize it by maybe building a smaller footprint, maybe a two-story house. That's the first question, because I have concerns about the fact that even though it's a lot of record, I have concerns about whether this is really a buildable lot, because you're pretty much disturbing, looks like, more than 2/3 of this parcel, regardless of whether it's been channelized or not.
Yeah, this actually is a two-story house plan. We're trying to get a garage, a home with an attached garage on it, and to meet the requirements that planning has in the R6 zone, the garage can be a maximum of 60% of the front of the house. Correct me if I'm wrong. And we're trying to get a usable single-car garage, which is it's a oversized single. I believe it's 13.5 feet inside by 21 feet deep. And then we had to get the house that determined the width of the house. This is the minimum that we feel that we can get with a usable garage on it. And we're not trying to get a two-car garage. We understand that's out of the question, but we are just trying to get a usable garage. And that's what determined, I felt like this was the minimum width that I could come up with on this plan. I can give you a copy. You asked me to bring a
Yeah,
copy.
so I mean, you can turn it into Pete, and he'll
Okay.
have us take a quick peek
Unfortunately, I
at it.
didn't think
That's
about
all right.
This is
That's all right.
the footprint.
We can hand it
Oh,
around.
okay, I'll make copies.
It doesn't show bedroom. That's only the
Oh,
main
yeah,
floor.
that's fine. That's
You'll see
fine.
that there's no bedrooms on that.
So the garage is part of the first floor of the house.
The garage is
underneath.
the full width of that concrete driveway that you see on that
Under the
picture.
house. And
Underneath. And then
It's
there's
21 feet, the standard, the length
Depth?
of a garage, depth of a
Depth?
garage.
Yeah.
Well, in the R6 zone, it's a 20-foot
The only-
front yard setback.
The only reason I ask is because of the fact that that's what a builder built a house for me like that, but he forgot he was putting steps in to take you upstairs, and then he took away that 21 feet, and I couldn't even get a car in there. So he had to come back, and the State Builders Board made him rebuild the garage.
Really?
Because
Yeah.
you couldn't get a car in there because the steps going up to the house, and we
Right,
said
right.
2 stories.
Right. Well, we're a very flat lot here. I think
Okay.
there's less than 4 feet total slope on this lot from front
Okay.
to back, and there will be very few steps from the garage to the main floor.
All right.
Maybe.
So it just goes to the main floor, not to the upstairs.
And then the stairs going to the upstairs are in the entry, which come right off
Okay.
of that porch.
All right. Thanks.
Okay. Then second question is, I was chatting with staff, and so on the planting plan, which would have been really super if the footprint of the house had been on the planting plan, because I would have liked to have seen how those two interface with one another. So what is the ground cover being proposed? Because I certainly don't think that we should be approving lawn, because lawns usually have fertilizer. Fertilizer goes into Ferguson Creek, and then we start having problems.
It said somewhere a mixed type of native grasses.
Yeah, there's a native grass seed mix proposed, and then there's shrubs also.
So is this the type of grass that somebody would be inclined to mow, or this is low growing? I'm not familiar with the species, so.
Yeah, I don't know. There are different statures. There are a number of different grasses here. I mean, you could mow it, but I mean, in nature, of course, it's not getting mowed.
No, that's my concern.
Yeah,
In
yeah.
nature, it's not being mowed.
Right, but it's common practice in mitigation site maintenance to mow the grass to a lower stature just so you can control weeds, because there's going to be just a constant input of weeds from the surrounding area into this. So
Thank you. They're definitely going to want to have somewhat of a lawn and that's, I think, why they proposed the native grass seed, right?
Right.
But the intention is to have a lawn, yeah.
And there's lawn there now, correct?
It's all grass now.
Yeah.
It's well, I didn't see any lawn. I saw a lot of weeds. I didn't.
There's rye in there. I mean,
Yeah.
you can see
I mean,
it
I
from
didn't
the
see it. I
photograph.
didn't
It
see a
hasn't been
lawn.
mowed for a long time.
Yeah, I didn't really see a lawn.
yeah. And then a lot of people consider tall, dry grass a fire danger also. So I mean, you probably own a defensible space.
Well, there's as far as like fertilizer and the area that you're talking about putting, it won't be. They're not going to put their lawn all the way up to the concrete bank of that creek. That's not where it's drawn in to have grass, right? That's a planting area where there will be shrubs and stuff.
Yeah, well, the whole planting area
Okay.
has grass seed specified.
Or just ground cover.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you want to go to the planting plan?
Planting. There.
Okay. Is this the one you're on?
Yeah. So somewhere in there is the house, which again it would have been great if the house had been on there because I tried overlaying the two drawings and obviously they're not to the same scale. So I guess again my concern is that this is not a typical subdivision lot. This lot, I will have to say the truth, Mark. I was like, why would somebody buy this this lot? So the other question I have is regarding some of the information you submitted. Tom said that there's a high water table, and I've been made aware by people who live in the area that there's been some possible flooding in this particular area, or at least ground saturation during episodes of lots of heavy rain. So again, I have concerns.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you the reason for buying it is to get my kids into the real estate market, get them a house as affordably as possible. That's the reason for buying it. As far as the water table, my son lives 200 feet to the south of this. We built his house in 2014. Very similar situation, no creek, but no sign of a high water table. I know those things can change in 200 feet, but I have no evidence. I've been underneath the house that is directly to the east of that lot, dry crawl space.
Well, I was just doing the field observations here. It says water table present, yes. Saturation present, yes. Doesn't say wetland hydrology present, so it says no. So that, again, I have to. Would you, I guess the other concern I have is regarding a substantial amount of pervious surface, and since it was already brought up, I would like to suggest that maybe you replace the concrete driveway with pervious pavers. I mean, they're just like concrete, only you've got some soil saturation and you've got ability for water to go through. And I think that if somebody wanted to put in a patio with pavers, that would be, to me, more acceptable than putting some kind of a deck back there, which again would require review by staff because it would be a structure.
Right.
And
I know what you mean. It's that balance, right?
yeah, that's what I'm trying to look at. I'm trying to look at a balance.
You're balancing additional disturbance or less impervious surface, and I'm fine with either, other than there is a significant cost difference to do a pervious paver driveway. If it's required, then it's required.
No, I didn't say it was required. I just said I think that would go a long way to minimizing the amount of pervious surface that you've got on the property, and it might even be
Allow the
deck or the
I see.
patio, back patio to.
You could do a patio with the same type of pavers, and
Sure.
then you'd have even less area being disturbed.
We
So,
would still
again,
consider it
Wouldn't the-
disturbance
Wouldn't
area,
the
though.
disturbance be the same?
That's what
Right.
I was-
Well,
Yeah.
but
The concrete doesn't allow any water to go through.
I understand. I'm,
your
Yeah.
disturbance would be,
yeah,
Mitigated.
well, it'd be higher, but the imperviousness would
right.
kind of counter that. I mean, you may have to do it in stages, like we were talking about. You do the driveway and the ditch, it's now nativized, and now you've got, now you want to do your back porch, or
Yeah.
and you've also now got the experience with the other pavers, so you understand the
Sure.
settling, or, oh, that's a crappy product, or, oh, that's a great product, or whatever.
Right.
And then you've got, you're not increasing your impervious surface, or you're doing it by a very small percentage of the total area. And so-
Well, like I said, I'm not going to sit here and say no way. I'm
Yeah.
again, I'm trying to keep the kids' costs down as much as possible. But if that's the only way to do it, then we'll do it.
Downside is you end up mowing your driveway, but.
Well, they do.
Well,
Yeah, that's true.
This is going to be not a typical I mean, they have a lot of responsibility with regard to this. This isn't just like,
Yeah.
moving up, in South End Road somewhere. I mean, you're talking about a situation that's not like any other lot around there, except the ones that are further up. But
Believe
those
me, I
aren't
know.
those aren't built on. So I'm looking for a balance here to try to reduce the amount of hardscape surface that that doesn't really need to be there if there is an alternative that could be considered instead of having concrete. Because I'm looking at your drawing, you've got gravel, construction entrance, and you've got somebody else's house that's right there, and their driveway's right there. So maybe the best way is to go in the other side. I don't know, because that's tight in there.
So I just wanted to remind the commission that we do consider it still disturbance area because you can't have landscaping and plants that help all of that, even though it is pervious. So there's no real trade-off. The maximum square footage would still stand whether it's pervious or not.
And I'll add that,
Well-
that when you're correctly installing a pervious driveway, you're actually digging down deeper, so there might be arguably more disturbance to the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just, like I said, I'm just looking for
architects,
a way
right.
to balance this out over time instead of having the typical concrete pad where you've got a property that is out of the ordinary. You may have to dig down a little deeper, but over time that's going to be more beneficial than just having the slab and stuff running off with oil, and God knows, cars do tend to leak over time, and
Right. But do you want it to leak straight down, or do you want it to leak into a drainage system?
I don't want it to leak anywhere,
No.
drainage system or not.
Well, it appears that the goal of the regulation is to keep the disturbance as far away from the top of bank as possible. So the plan that they've proposed is an attempt to accomplish that. And it seems like trying to keep the house and the driveway and the garage and everything as far to the south side of the property as they can is the most reasonable solution without potential contamination to the creek. And if their driveway is as far to the south as they can get it, even if you do have any leakage, it's the maximum distance that you can get from the creek.
The natural slope of the ground also does not go from the location of the driveway to the creek.
Yeah.
It goes toward
Kind of
Ferguson,
goes toward
toward the right of way.
Towards
yeah,
Frederick.
exactly.
Yeah.
and-
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, anything else?
Or
Any other questions for the applicant?
Frederick, gravel right there, one of yours.
No, it's
It's
all
big.
grass still right now.
It's
it's
Well,
four-wheel country.
it's paved on the other side, in front of the other property.
Yeah, right up to the property line, to the south property line.
Yeah,
It's
it's
paved.
paved in front of 616356.
And so the
Okay.
question is, what is the proposal as far as getting into the driveway?
What Wendy Marshall has
Yeah.
told me is that they will agree to a private driveway constructed to their standards, which is the same thing I just had to do to the south on Frederick Street for my other son's house. And it will be, I think it's a short driveway, but I think it has to be 16 feet wide with gravel, 12 feet of pavement. And then it'll just make that their required radius. I don't have that, but I'm assuming it will be, what did I show, 15-foot wide driveway? So it's going to come out and radius
Okay, so.
To the street.
to the street, and that will be additional disturbance, but it's off of this lot.
Right,
It's disturbance in the right.
In the right of way.
Is the city going to have to go through some sort of mitigation for that?
I would recommend that the disturbance area in the right of way be mitigated according to our standard as well.
Does it have to
Yeah.
be paved?
According to Wendy, it does.
According to
Yeah,
Wendy, it
Well,
does.
I'd
yeah.
rather see that it not be
Yeah.
paved, actually.
No, I wouldn't. I'd pave it to street.
What's the
I've seen too many of Portland streets that
Shaw
are
dash high.
unimproved that have turned
It
into
might have
just
been
hellholes,
name.
literally.
That's what the
Ms.
consultant pulled
Ms.
out.
Brager has a draft condition of approval for you for this.
So we would propose that the
Do you
applicant.
want to wait? Because aren't there other people that
Yeah,
need
we
to testify?
do have public testimony to take.
But he
And
may
I
want to
think they
comment
would be
on
able
the.
to Testify
Okay.
around this. So,
Okay.
the applicant shall mitigate the disturbance area within the Frederick Street right-of-way on a 2-to-1 basis in accordance with the requirements of OCMC 17.49. That would be the proposed condition. And then
Here you are.
Would you like me to repeat that? I think I
Yes, you
should.
can.
That
Okay.
wor-
That the
now we
applicant shall mitigate the disturbance area within the Frederick Street right-of-way on a 2-to-1 basis in accordance with the requirements of OCMC 17.49. And then there was some discussion about whether there should be trees planted within the Frederick Street right-of-way. And so in condition of approval number 2, the commission could consider adding at the end of the very first sentence where it says applicable mitigation requirements of OCMC 17.49, except all mitigation tree planting shall occur on the applicant's property and no mitigation tree planting shall occur within the Frederick Street right-of-way. And that would address the issue without having to go back through any additional discretionary process.
But they could put ground cover in the right-of-way, as far
Yeah.
as I'm concerned.
I move, let's go with that.
So we can hear from the applicant about those as well as public testimony.
I have one question about it. Would the mitigation from the 2-to-1 ratio for the driveway that is in the right-of-way, would that mitigation have to be done on private property as well?
I think that could be done on the street. I mean, it's street to street. I wouldn't have an issue with that.
Your consultant, there's no tree in the right-of-way
Yeah.
right
Yeah.
now.
We're talking
Right,
about
it would be
no trees.
shrub.
Yeah, so
Mitigation.
shrubs is shrubs. I don't think that's an
So
issue.
The proposal would be to mitigate with the same type of mitigation we're doing around the street? Additional square footage?
Yeah, I guess we'd have to tack it on maybe
Okay.
to the east of the house. Kind of.
Well,
there's
No, what we're
talking
saying
about
is
in the right-of-way.
In
the
the
part
right-
on the street
Yeah.
can be mitigated on the street.
Okay, I just wanted to
Because
be
it's
clear.
it's in the street. It's
Yeah.
already there. I got no problem with that.
I think I'm
That's-
out of square feet on the lot.
Yeah,
so-
no, no. Yeah, I don't think anybody has a problem with street
Okay.
to street. That's,
Okay.
Does anyone know why that's Shaw-Hiram Avenue? I mean, was that a previous name, or is it,
My last name is Shaw.
is that it?
so you bought it.
What is Shaw-Hiram?
I'm looking at the, this planning map. I
That's
can't remember.
just
what-
the name
It's
of,
it's part of the submittal.
Oh,
I probably
Smith.
bothered planning enough. That
Okay, I
they-
thought there was another name to it, or something.
No, he probably did it.
Okay, sorry. Okay, well,
It's
I've not heard of that
Shaw-Hiram
one.
Avenue.
I thought that was a pioneer.
Hiram Strait.
So,
Union.
title of the report.
Yeah.
So then, to be clear, the one you just proposed about the driveway mitigation, we don't need anything more with that because it's understood from our conversation that he can do street-to-street mitigation.
I think I would just add at the very end of the sentence, so it would read, "The applicant shall mitigate the disturbance area within the Frederick Street right-of-way on a 2-to-1 basis in accordance with the requirements of OCMC 17.49 within the Frederick Street right-of-way."
So that'd be number 2.
This would be condition number 4.
Because it's just about the driveway.
Can you add to that that the revised plan will be resubmitted to staff for review? Because if
Yes.
they're
Well,
adding,
Wendy has to,
Yeah, well, I mean.
you want
too.
planning staff, okay.
Yeah.
And before we close the door on the street or the tree in the right of way, Pete or Laura, could you say more maybe why staff might have thought it was good?
I was not in that meeting, and it was probably one of the other planners.
Somebody
We
thought it
talked
was a
to-
good idea.
Well, and
Maybe to stop
I think
traffic.
Laura said it's providing shelter cover between
Yeah.
lot, street, lot. There's shelter for
Shading.
animals. That's the word. The
Habitat.
I
four-legged
think maybe there was an assumption that there would never be an improvement there.
Well, that's where I'm going.
And
so
that may or may not be the case, but you can't tell 20 years out with
I
development
don't think
pressure
it's
what
ever going to
might
get built
happen.
myself.
and if it's never going to get built, then why keep the tree out of the right of way?
Then why have the right of way? Let them,
It,
I.
as I stated, there is a deeded public right-of-way between my property and my neighbor's property, and we decided not to vacate it and pay the additional fee because it's never, ever, ever going to be built, but we take care of it for you, the taxpayer.
And I won't let you plant a tree in it either.
Actually, there's some trees that already came up in it
Well.
from 100 years ago, so I have no control over
So,
that.
but, I
Call
mean,
code enforcement.
so that's my point, is if there's a potential for a street there, then you shouldn't have trees. If there isn't going to be a street there, then let's give the property back to the people.
The
So,
city
I
does not
understand that.
give up right-of-way.
I understand
think I
that. Yes,
can-
because mine's gone, but.
Add something to that. In our pre-application notes, it was made mention of considering vacation of Frederick Street, and that was what led me to ask, can we use some of that square footage in the right-of-way to help with our mitigation? Because we were, it's such a small lot, and I think that's the only reason that anything got put out, but
Well-
we don't.
I think they can plant some shrubs. If you're against the tree, I'm okay with the tree because it'll never be built, and I don't want to have
And I'm
them.
okay with being overruled. I just want my
I
position to
don't
be
want them to
known.
have to pay the vacation fee and then end up paying more taxes on property that and they're going to maintain it.
Well,
They just don't have to pay taxes on it.
I would just say if it's not necessary to take the tree down, I wouldn't.
Well, it has
There
to be
isn't
planted.
one there.
Yeah, there
It's,
isn't.
it's a proposed tree.
Yes.
So,
And I just don't want you guys to fight about it. We'll just plant it on our property.
We'll just shut them up, okay? I think most of us are okay with the tree. It's only Damon that doesn't want the tree.
Wow.
Kids.
And it'll be a shrub because David Evans doesn't like Pacific willow.
Yeah.
right.
As long as
There you
it
go.
provides shade for the fish.
For all the salmon.
For the fish that don't come up the stream, because it's in a culvert 90% of the time anyway.
Okay, thank you. So let's take our public testimony from the only person who signed up.
Done with me?
Yep.
Get out of the chair.
For now,
And
don't go away.
Paulette Merrill.
I don't know how to turn this on.
It's on.
It's on.
Welcome, former Planning Commissioner Merrill.
Just introduce yourself, please.
I'm Paulette Merrill. I live at 16390 Hiram Avenue. I live across the street from this property and next door south, I guess. And what I'm hearing is what I'm feeling. We've started having development up in my neighborhood, as you probably know, and I haven't really been pleased with how it's happening. They're buying the properties, they're cutting off the garages, and then they're finding their lots of record, and they're doing their thing, and then they're selling their original house. The new people don't have a garage, they don't have any place to put their stuff. It's a mess. But anyway, I don't have anything against this particular thing in general, in particular, but in general, I have huge concerns. Because my next door neighbor, somebody approached them to build 6 houses on their property, 3 of them which would be, of course, right up against this waterway. Right across the creek, there's another large parcel. What if they decide to do the same thing? All up and down, all up the hill, all downhill.
I see it.
And so it's just like, what are we going to do here? You know, and so I'm just voicing my concern. I've heard from you. I could be up there saying the same thing. And so I've got concerns. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
Paulette, you're concerned about the potential cumulative impact of building within this
Exactly.
water resource overlay area?
Exactly. I moved to where I live over 30 years ago. There was not one house on Frederick. And so since then, look how many houses now are on Frederick. And they're probably on this one stretch of Frederick that's not built. There's probably trees, but I don't think anybody planted them. But I have trees on my property that nobody planted either, even me. And they just sort of appear where they want to appear. So it's not the fact that you're going to plant a tree on Frederick or you're not going to plant a tree on Frederick. The point is that at some point, Frederick will probably go through. Like I said, when I moved there was not a house on Frederick. So
Park Place is prime for
it's
development.
prime. It's the next South End, you know. So I hopefully it's planned. Thank you.
Keep their feet to the fire so the standards were maintained.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Nice to know a
Mr.
neighbor.
Chairman, I know that you don't have anyone else testifying, but I'm going to make a special request. Will the potential owners of the property come on up? Because I got some questions for you.
Wow. That's unheard of.
Wasn't prepared for this.
Well,
I am.
Put your hand on the Bible.
No, I guess what I just
Okay,
want
first,
to. Yes,
please.
tell us who you are.
Yeah.
I'm Kimberly Conley.
I'm Austin Conley.
Okay, thank you.
So does this make sense to you that you have an additional burden by building a house here? This is not going to be like a regular subdivision lot someplace else in this community that you've got a
Yeah, we've been aware of that for a while.
Channelized
going through
Creek,
all
you've
the-
got some
Yeah.
special plantings and, you know, I just have concerns about, you know, I don't want to see any tough sheds in the backyard or, you know, little lean, you know, all kinds of other little buildings going on there because even though this may be channelized, it's a waterway. I just want to have my concerns alleviated somehow so I can make a fair and honest decision about this. Since I went over there, I've just been struggling with this.
She hasn't slept in days.
They'll still be subject to the same requirements of all properties that have vegetated corridors on that site, on their sites.
Yeah, this is the first one that's come to us in a long time.
Although this one will actually go a little bit above and beyond since you'll have the recorded covenant and, you know, these new plantings and things that they've invested in.
We've had some subdivisions out in South End that had, you know, about vegetative areas, but they were part of the swale and the ponds and all of that the stormwater's coming into. This is a little bit different.
And honestly, we do this often in the planning division. It just never,
Gets
it's never
here.
this close to a vegetated corridor. So I mean, I understand it's different for the planning commission, but this sort of thing happens regularly at the planning division, where we record the
So
covenant.
to summarize Commissioner Griff's initial thing, you're aware that you're going to have to go a little above and beyond, and you're okay with that, and you're prepared to do so.
Yes.
Correct.
Excellent.
And then let's just say down the road there's a little Johnny or Janie, and so how are you going to keep them from wanting to go in the
That's in September, actually.
Yeah, I kind of noticed, and I said, oh, that's what the first thing when I was standing back there, I thought, okay, I know children. Ooh, water, yeah, I want to go check that out. I want to get some tadpoles
You
or,
got to teach them to catch bullfrogs somewhere.
There you go.
Interpretive feature.
what, an interpretive feature?
Yes, that's right.
Speaking of that, are they allowed to put any fencing along that to make sure a child doesn't fall in?
That's a good question. Anyway,
Nope.
thank you so much for coming up. I
Just
appreciate
tell
it.
us
Didn't
alligators
mean you to
in.
put you on the spot.
Yeah.
Is there anybody
Thank
else
Thank you.
Oh,
that you
yeah.
want to?
That's the alligator moat.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'm not going to hit you on the record, so, just for the record,
So that means.
Okay, so,
it's fair game. So the question about fences.
nobody else wants to speak out of this large audience. Okay. The applicant has an opportunity to come up and make a rebuttal if you'd like.
No rebuttal.
You don't have to. It's,
If you want to rebut what they just said.
that they're not ready.
That they aren't ready to do it?
Yeah.
I don't have a rebuttal.
You have to at least come up and say, I have no rebuttal.
You don't want the lady behind the mirror to like beat us up.
Okay, so.
Chair
um,
Kidwell?
I guess
Oop.
I.
One
com-
second.
Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to read this last condition one more time
Okay.
while the record's still open.
Okay?
So prior to building occupancy, the applicant shall mitigate the disturbance area within the Frederick Street right-of-way on a 2-to-1 basis in accordance with the requirements of OCMC 17.49 with a revised mitigation plan submitted to the Planning Division. The mitigation planting shall occur within the Frederick Street right-of-way.
Why don't we just say may occur?
No. May is, they could or they couldn't. It's either shall
Well,
or,
they're either going to mitigate on their own property or they're going to mitigate in the right of way.
Are we doing both?
yes. they're
We're
doing
talking
both.
about just the driveway portion.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to fall on a sword over the word, but I'm just saying.
I think it can be either way.
People have gone to court over that.
Well, I think that we've heard testimony saying that they were out of room on their
Yeah.
private property,
Yeah,
so
That's fine, I'm
just want to make sure it happens.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Jennifer. I agree with you.
Okay, thank you. Any rebuttal?
So I heard, I don't remember her name, but I heard her concerns and I completely understand them. We feel like we're improving the area. We feel like we're meeting all the requirements under the code. And that's really, our intention isn't to make things worse on the existing neighbors. It's to find affordable house. If I could find a 10,000 square foot lot on the hill, for my kids and they could afford it, I would, but this is what we can afford. So.
From what I saw from this pile of stuff out front, I think anything would be an improvement from that. Anybody having a look at that?
Definitely, the neighborhood needs some improvement, for sure.
Let me ask you one more question. So have you reached out to the people immediately to your, well, let's see, what's their address there?
South.
To the south?
Yeah.
We've had a conversation.
I would suspect that they're probably not thrilled.
Well, they're going to lose some parking. They're currently using Frederick Street as their driveway, and they're not thrilled about that. And they told me that you can't build a house there. If we would have known you could build a house there, we would have bought it, is what they told me. And I didn't really have a response to that.
Well, people are probably going to have to park carefully on Gain Street and walk in because there's nowhere for guests to be.
Right. Yeah, it's a tight area up there.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Not for the applicant.
You asked about a fence.
I was wondering,
fencing.
as children grow up, I mean, if there's a stream there, I was asking Pete, can somebody build a little a fence along the creek on that cement side?
Fences are permitted within the disturbance area, according to code.
But then wouldn't that be disturbing more area to put in a fence?
It might, but it would probably fall under the threshold for review, since it's
Just a
small
wire mesh
footprint.
fence.
Yeah, when you say build a fence, it's not what I think of when I would.
Not a wooden
put
one, I
up
was
a
just thinking
fence.
something to protect a child from falling in, since they are going to have one in September.
And depending on how you read the code, if the city mandates something for a safety reason within the NROD, and it is exempt from the NROD.
I don't think the child will be out there the first year.
Just make it wear a life jacket. It goes outside.
That's right.
But then they'll get swept down and into
Right.
the culvert, and then
Into
they'll
the-
have one of
yeah.
those dramatic videos with
They
the
make,
guy on the
they make
harness.
woven wire fences, which don't require much of a
Sure.
Yeah.
disturbance. If you put in a,
Yeah.
Just be
board to
careful.
board on board
Yeah.
fence, you're talking about digging holes with concrete, and
Yeah.
and then
But
of
you
course
just
then you're
throw
on the
up
other
a-
side of the mitigation area, and then it's sort of out of sight, out of mind, and God knows what happens after that.
Sounds like they'll be
Calling the planning division when they want
Yes.
to build a fence,
Yeah,
and we'll tell
that's
them what the
right.
Yeah,
requirements
that's
will be
what
at that time.
Okay, very good, thank you. So I would propose we close the record. and
Yes.
go to-
Yes.
Record's closed.
Okay, before we go into discussion, Jennifer, can you read 2 and 4 again, since we modified both of those? Well, 4 I'm okay with, 2 I wanted to.
Oh, heck, read them all.
So I'm not sure if the commission has made a decision about 2, but proposed additional language would include the following. Prior to building occupancy, the applicant shall record a restrictive covenant or conservation easement in a form provided by the city, requiring the owners and assigns of property subject to this section to comply with the applicable mitigation requirements of OC 17.49, except all mitigation tree plantings shall occur on the applicant's property, and no mitigation tree planting shall occur within the Frederick Street right-of-way. Said covenant shall run with the land and permit the city to complete mitigation work in the event of default by the responsible party. Costs borne by the city for such mitigation shall be borne by the owner.
Okay, yeah, I'm really good with that, I appreciate it. And that's just about trees, not the shrubs, so that's good, yeah.
Pete, I wanted to circle back to something you mentioned earlier about a possible condition of approval if the affected area was under 1,500 square feet, so that if they did come back, it go to a level 2 review.
Type 2.
Type 2.
Yeah, so potentially, anything that's under 1,500 square feet, you could allow staff to review, even if it was,
It seems really tight. I don't.
yeah.
It's really tight.
But,
Well, as he said, he's got roughly 40 feet.
yeah,
That's a 5x8 deck there, or patio, that's relatively
could
significant.
potentially work.
That's a seating area and a barbecue, so.
Well, and having a type 2 would be
They
easier.
could put it
Yeah.
on the grass.
Yeah.
But, yeah, if you can come
The
up
type
with
2 process, yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know if you can do that or not, but you I would think you
delegate
could.
down our authority. That'll answer your back porch question for you.
As long as it's under the 1,500.
Right.
Yeah, but if they add something, then that's gonna put it over, so
Yeah.
No, he
that
said
would-
his math had him about 40 feet short right now.
yeah, my man.
Would the proposed disturbance then be, I assume, less than 25 feet from the stream? Because if it's more than 25 feet from the stream, they could just do it as a type 2 without
Right.
any conditions of
Oh, so if
approval.
you did it on the south
As
side
long
of
as
his
it was
house, then it's
25
already
feet.
there. Out the living room. Yeah, he's
Okay.
already got
Right.
sliding doors
So already
showing.
good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's
Yeah.
some sliding doors on the back, and that seems to me that's a
Yeah.
logical place somebody would wanna put something, so, again,
Okay.
How's that for an
I
answer?
go back to my impervious concern.
Yeah.
Any other questions for staff? Can we go to discussion of the issue?
Well, I'll jump in and just say, I think, based on the site as it is and their accommodation, I think with the 4 conditions that we've got a good plan, and I'm willing to approve it.
I agree.
I guess the other thing I wanted to, since we're still talking to staff, is that I noticed that there was a sump pump on the property to the south in their yard. Now, when I see a sump pump, that only means one thing to me, that there's some water somewhere. And I had the question earlier about water. So
Water table.
if they weren't having any water, why would somebody have a sump pump in their property?
Well, I'll tell you, there's a couple houses down from me.
It's on this one right here.
Right. But a couple houses down from me, they've got a sump pump because they actually have a spring coming up under the guy's house. It isn't about the water level from, rain or anything. He just actually has an artesian spring.
Yeah.
So.
Our Development Services Department reviews development within our high water table, and then above and beyond that, our Building Department can also require additional studies associated with the building permit if they find that there are errors in the soil or problems. So.
Well, I mean, I just was reading the report, and it said to me that there was high water. It's 16 inches. It's not a whole lot.
Yeah, so either Development Services or the Building Division have the right to require a geotech if they feel necessary.
So based on that report, the building department will make that determination as part of the permit application process? Okay.
So,
I'll have to jump in, or is this?
We've closed the public
No.
hearing, but again, my concern comes from the standpoint of you've got an area where there's no pervious, surf that's just open, and then you add surface. Worst case scenario, you got the next door neighbor, and we've had situation after situation where we've had issues from point A going to point B, and I know they're not here, but I mean, I don't know what the hydrology is, but like I said, I noticed it, and I thought,
Well, actually, in this case, if the water goes anywhere,
It's gonna go
into
towards-
the creek.
well, no.
Well,
'cause
towards
it's gonna-
Ferguson.
Frederick.
Also, one more
Frederick, yeah.
thing, the Development Services Division will review this application when it comes in, and with that, they'll review the grading on site. So we do want to make sure that you don't put a lot of water on your neighbors' properties, and so they review specially
What do you mean a lot of water? How about no water?
any, right, any
Okay,
change, any change at all, right? So it's up to them to make sure that the lot is graded appropriately. So it is a part of the review process.
So how do we make a condition so that we are assured of that?
I think that's what
It's
the law is.
part of the code. You don't have to make a condition for it. It's part of the process.
I mean, the permitting process from this point forward includes the building permit, which includes drainage, grading, compliance with stormwater design manual,
Hydrology.
hydrology, other things.
Easements.
And a lot of it depends on the foundation that's proposed, so.
Besides, an indoor swimming pool, isn't it?
Zach?
Just lift up the trap door.
The applicant has taken a really difficult property and made it livable. I mean, I don't see, there's not a lot of options to put a single-family home here. So I think it's good as he's proposed. I
Better
wouldn't
than
put it as a requirement to install a pervious driveway, but if its price or the cost is not too much larger for semi-pervious or pervious, it'd be nice. But yeah, I think that I'd be okay with approving this.
As is.
You
or
want
with
to
the
add, you want to
requirement?
add that as a maybe, because that's what I was going to ask, that if possible, that they,
I wouldn't. I
Mitigate
wouldn't
that.
put it as a requirement. No.
Yeah.
As a
well, I'm saying,
recommendation, sure.
as a recommendation.
Yeah, I wouldn't make it a condition. I would say that hand-laid pavers don't necessarily have to be
Dug down, no.
pervious. And I've done a lot of hand-laid pavers. You put down a gravel base, and you're going to get a lot of percolation.
Because he's already going to have gravel there for the construction, and then
Right.
you just
So,
put them.
I mean, that's
pavers
an
on.
option,
Okay.
but I would not want to impose that as a condition of approval.
Agreed.
Well, let's make it as a recommendation then,
So-
because that's about the only way I'm going to be able to support this.
Yeah, and I think it's just a smart idea to control the drainage and water flow for any additional impervious areas on the site. I'm prepared to support this application because I think they've approached it in about as sensitive manner that you can for this constrained site. So I'd entertain a motion.
I guess I'll make the motion to approve PC 16-053 and R 1601 along with the conditions? And do we want to include the recommendation?
Yes.
And can you,
With the recommendation
With
of
the
using
recommendation.
pervious pavers.
Or semi-pervious.
Yeah.
Semi-pervious.
Pervious or semi-pervious pavers instead of a concrete driveway. That's a recommendation. With that, I'll second it.
good.
I ask for a point of clarification. So this is the 4 conditions of approval,
Yes.
including the amended condition of approval too?
Correct.
Okay, with
And
the
the-
recommendation
and the
to
recommendation.
use
And a
pervious or
recommendation from the
semi-pervious.
commission.
Before we take the vote, I forgot the question I was going to ask Pete. So Pete, when DEA looked at this, they did not go out to the site, did they?
DEA. No.
That's what I thought. I just have concerns about us doing reviews or paying people to do reviews and they don't make a visual observation because they're just reading what's on paper. And seeing is, I mean, I'm glad I went out there because now I kind of, it made a whole much more sense seeing what you put in your report because I actually had a visual cue as to what I was reading and looking at. It was much harder when I hadn't gone out there. Just a thought.
Okay.
Call for the question.
He's still writing.
Okay. Commissioner Guile?
Aye.
Commissioner McGriff?
Aye.
Commissioner Maybe?
Aye.
Commissioner Kidwell?
Aye.
Commissioner Henkin?
Yes.
Motion passes.
I would bring your neighbors a nice fruit basket and try not to do anything to make them get their access, because I can just imagine they're going to be a little hot under the collar.
Oh, wow.
I want a permeable paver driveway.
Catch him some fresh
Well,
fish out of that stream.
you've got 4 volunteers right here. We will come over to your house and help you do it.
I am not volunteering.
Oh, you've already
Mine's
been,
becoming a
you're going to be
permeable
the supervisor,
I'll
Okay, so it was
supervise.
approved.
Yep.
subject
Yes.
to the conditions.
Yep.
Mine's
Okay.
becoming a permeable paver.
Communications.
My asphalt's
Communications,
completely
please.
chewed up and turned into
Yes,
gravel.
thank you.
Oh, before you go to communications, to answer your question, I like mushrooms, I like sausage.
That's on tape.
Yes, I know. But the reason I put up my nose up with pepperoni, because,
Don't go there.
yeah, it's just, pepperoni's just not that great, because it's not real.
Just get a
It's the best unprocessed meat thing that can be left out for weeks on end that I can ever think of eating, other than Peeps.
That is a great segue. Tomorrow we have a work session. It's a joint work session between the Planning Commission and the City Commission at 5:30. It'll be here. And we're going to talk about 2 topics with the Planning Division, so 2 projects that we've been working on. One is regulations, potential regulations regarding marijuana, and then the second one is equitable housing, otherwise known as affordable housing. That'll start at 5:30. If the commission would like to come at 5, there'll be food for the commission.
So just point of order,
Yeah.
I may be late because
Okay.
I'm coming from Portland.
Oh, God, that traffic down there
And
this week.
I'm going to have to leave early just to even have a chance to get here on time. If I don't leave early, there's no way.
We
You're going to
appreciate
have to
that.
leave at 4.
Yeah, there's no Blazer game
and-
tomorrow night.
So the room set up, we will be sitting around the dais, but we're going to take these 2 side tables to make sort of an oval shape here. So we'll have the 2 chairs in the middle, and then we'll rotate every other city commission or planning commissioner around the rest of the room. So you will have a chance to sort of look at commissioners. There'll be small PowerPoint presentations from a couple of people, but not very long. It'll mostly be a dialogue.
Can you put the vegetarians on one side and the meat eaters on
It's
the
just
other?
weird trying to have a discussion when you're sitting up here. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but I just don't like it because
I don't disagree.
you're sitting here and there's some appearance of,
Authority.
yeah.
Well, at least we'll make it an oval, so it'll be more conference room-like. And then the main reason are that it's easier to get people on camera. When we start to create rooms or a table in the middle of the room, it's harder to get people on the camera, so
And
it's harder
all
to
the
hear on the
micage and
audience, the
everything, that's,
micage. And then also, so visual and audible
Okay,
for
I want to sit
miking.
next to Rocky.
There you go. Well, we're not, I'll write that down.
And Laura, likewise, I'm going to be challenged by time and childcare, so I'm playing it by ear tomorrow.
Okay, so we'll start with.
You could bring the child.
We're starting with equitable
That would probably
housing.
defeat the idea of a work session.
But we do appreciate, since we know your normal time is 7 o'clock, coming early is much appreciated. We'll have a majority of the work session talking about equitable housing and only a quarter or so talking about the marijuana regulations. So just a reminder to send out, to complete the survey regarding marijuana regulations and send that over to Pete so he could tabulate those results.
Is it a new one, or is it the same one?
It was in the commission packet. We asked you to take a look at some of the feedback that we've been getting and to provide some direction to staff as to if we should create regulations regarding certain issues.
So I looked at the survey that you had in there. I didn't see any place for input.
Pete, do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, so in the memorandum, there's the very end of the memorandum, there's a set of questions that's more related to which zoning
So
districts.
what
Yeah.
mechanism are we supposed to respond in?
You want us to print it and then
Email or
handwrite the
something?
questions out, or?
Well, let's play this by ear because people might need a little more time.
Because I didn't, I mean,
Yeah.
I didn't see any place where you would put a
Oh,
response.
it's in there. There's a sort of a table with yes, no, and
It's too bad we
comments.
can't take a look at it like right now.
We could, but I have to turn everything back on.
And I take it then it's not a random survey. In other words, everyone knows where the response is.
Yeah, it's more of a
coming from.
questionnaire to.
So I seem
yeah.
to be the only one who's favorable to the whole thing, but
So what we're going to do tomorrow
Get to
night
that
is we're going to go through this in some detail, and some of the city commissioners might want couple of days
Not
extra
favorable.
time.
Did you
So
know that?
potentially, if you got me your comments, I would say by Thursday or Friday,
Still on.
that would be good, because if you don't know about it now, then I don't think it's fair. Yeah.
I'm not favorable to the whole thing. I just don't want it to be too controlled.
So if we
Right.
can do it
Any
tonight,
other
that's preferable.
communication?
Yes.
That'd be
if you
great,
want.
but I don't,
Well, I
you're
mean,
shooting-
I just
yeah.
had this to deal with, and I
Yeah.
just,
Yeah.
The city has received LUBA appeals, the Land Use Board of Appeals, for the Beaver Creek Road concept plan. We've received additional interveners in that one as well. We've also received a LUBA appeal for the zone change that was approved associated with the Willamette Falls Medical Center. And in addition, we've also received a third LUBA appeal for the Beaver Creek Road Highway 213 zone change, and we also have an additional intervener in that one as well.
What does that mean, an additional
Another party that sort of joins the LUBA appeal, although if the first party removes themselves, that gets removed as well.
So it's a third party that was not directly involved in the original.
Can clarify this a little bit. So an intervener is someone who wants to participate on one side or the other of the argument, and so they align with either the applicant's timing for briefing or with the petitioner's timing for briefing, but the petitioner controls the appeal. So if the petitioner decides to withdraw their appeal, the intervener cannot continue the appeal.
So we've only received one official appeal for each item, and then there are additional
Do we ever know who
interveners.
that petitioner is?
Yeah, I can tell you. So the Beaver Creek Road and Highway 213 zone change is Elizabeth Grazier Lindsay, Paul Egger, and Christine Kaczynski, all together as one. The hospital is Mr. Jim Nisita. The Beaver Creek Road concept plan is Mr. Nisita, with Elizabeth Grazier Lindsay, Paul Egger, and Christine Kaczynski acting as an intervener. We also have an intervener for the hospital on the applicant side, which is Mike Robinson. We have Mike Robinson also as an intervener for the applicant for the Beaver Creek Road and Highway 213 zone change as well.
So with this being a LUBA appeal, it goes to the state first,
Yeah.
and then it could come.
So the city has 21 days from the notice of appeal to assemble the record, and then both parties agree that the record is correct. And so we still don't know yet. It's too early to know what the issues are that it's being appealed on. All we know is that it has been appealed. So while we assemble our record, there's a timeline where they start to identify the issues. And then we end up going to Land Use Board of Appeals in Salem if it gets there, and we would argue in front of them, just like people argue in front of the Planning Commission or City Commission regarding whatever issues they
So does the
identify.
LUBA appeal the decision we made as planning commissioners and
No.
also the city, or just
No.
the whole concept of it?
The city, it's the appeal of the decision by the City Commission.
By the City
Which was
Commission.
the final city decision.
Okay, not by the planning commission.
Your recommendation to the City Commission.
So that's part of the record, though, is what's submitted?
Everything is that, so our minutes are part of the record, and our videos and our agendas and things like that are also part of the record. It's a big record.
Okay. So a LUBA appeal, I've heard of them before. I mean, I've not been involved with one. So that just looks, right, so that just looks at whether we did all the proper procedures to come to the right decision, and they're questioning those procedures?
We don't know what they're questioning because they haven't told us yet.
I see, okay.
But generally, yes.
Okay.
We'll find out. When do we find out? What's the timeline to identify the issues being appealed?
Once the record is settled, there's 21 days for the petitioner to write their brief, and
I
then we'll
see.
know what issues they're raising.
Okay.
So, yeah, we don't get them too often. I could think of maybe less than 5 times since I've been here 13 years. And so now we have 3 all at once. Yeah.
Okay, any
So,
other communication?
Just want to make sure that
That's
I'm going to be drooping tonight and reading the stuff that Mr. Walter wants me to read and finding, I glanced at it, but I didn't go into great detail. So the survey is at the end of the memorandum.
Memorandum.
The staff memorandum?
Staff memorandum, yep,
All right.
Which is part of the agenda?
which is on the agenda.
Okay. Because I didn't even look, because I thought it was Wednesday, and I couldn't come on Wednesdays, so
Okay.
I'm starting from ground zero.
Okay.
Okay.
I would say, look it over tomorrow.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good.
There was just too much stuff to read. I just,
If there's nothing
What
else,
else do you
then
Whack it.
will it be
What else do I do with my
we are adjourned.
What, do you need something